This is DX Central Live. This is DX Central Live.
Good, buddy. What's up?
This is DX Central Live. 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 This is DX Central Live.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. Sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central.
The Gulf South
to your corner of the world.
This is DX Central Live.
Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
From the DX Central North Shore Studios in Mandeville, Louisiana. For the final time this season, my friends, welcome to DX Central Live, the newly remodeled North Shore Studios, I might add. A little bit different look. You got a different angle here for me now. I'm sitting in a different angle. And usually I'm over kind of like this. So now I got my monitors kind of face on here. It's a new angle. And we've got so much to get to tonight, my friends. We've got a lot to get to. We're going to do our results from the medium wave frequency challenge tonight. We're going to do a live DX session as we look for WCGA 1100 from Woodbine, Georgia. This is a station I used to hear all the time when I was in Charleston. They were a daytimer for me. Now, not so much. Oh, I forgot to tell you. We got a second camera now. Look how fancy we are. Hey, second camera. Hey there. We got a second camera so you can actually see the setup here. Kind of the mission control that we have here for DX Central Live. So we'll be doing that. And I'm actually thinking about adding another camera over here to my right so that I'll have that to look at when I'm kind of talking this way. And you'll also be able to see over to my right, my left. You can't see it from the angle we have here. Let me actually see if I can spin the camera around here. Show you guys. I can't really see it all that well. Oh, well. I was hopeful there. Oh, now, of course, it's going to be a bear getting it back into the right position here. And let's see if I can tilt it up. There we go. So there we go. Now we have, I was going to show you the new clock. I've got this huge 2-foot wide clock. You can kind of see it in the shot there. But it was always hard for me to kind of stay on to my schedule because my clock was always kind of hidden. Well, now I've got a big one here that I can keep an eye on. So we're 9 minutes from top of the hour. So we're going to do one more top of the hour alert. We're going to do one more top of the hour alert. We're going to look at 1100 because I gotta get that top of the hour alert in here for Bill and all of you guys who like the graphics package that we have with that. And again, we're going to be doing our results from the medium wave frequency challenge where we had 22 weeks this year of frequency challenge. We did mostly single frequencies each week, but we did have several weeks where we had like the entire expanded band or everything from 900 to like 1053 or 999 to 1053. So we had a couple of those, and we had so many loggings. And so last night, I mentioned in the chat, I was up late last night working on the results video to kind of share with you guys and compiling all the data from the entire season, and just blown away actually by what we have received this season. I'll give you a sneak peek. 2,669 loggings submitted during this year's medium wave frequency challenge. So we started late. When I was moving here to Louisiana, I wanted to start everything back in like September, beginning of September, and couldn't do that because I was moving. So we ended up doing, I think it was either October or November is when we started the stream season 2 and the frequency challenge. And even with those 22 weeks, kind of a shortened season, almost 2,700 logging submitted. So we're going to review who all of our winners were for the entire season. We haven't announced the last couple of weeks because we've been kind of busy here with day job stuff and some other things, and then the shack remodel, and also then I kind of said, let's just kind of hold on to it and kind of do it all at once at the end of the year. So it had that. So we're going to announce all the winners from the different weeks this year. We're also going to announce who our top dog was, who beat everybody out with the most loggings. And we're going to show you how we did here at DX Central, how we were able to accomplish this season with the frequency challenge. And we're just going to celebrate. We're going to celebrate a lot of fun. It's been a really great season. I've been blown away by the support that everyone has shown us this year. And the kind things that everyone has said about the challenge and about the streams and everything else. So we're going to have some celebration tonight. I've got my favorite beverage here it's actually a Jim Beam mug. It's not Jim Beam inside here, though. We've got some Captain Morgan Black rum in here with a little Coke. So we're celebrating with that. And so definitely encourage you to join us with your beverage of choice, whether it be of the adult variety or not. And we're just going to have some fun here, guys. We're going to enjoy ourselves tonight. We're going to, I love switching the cameras. Now that I can do that, I love switching the cameras. So, yeah, we're just going to have a good time tonight and enjoy this DX test the CPC put together. In coordination with the station owner down at WCGA. Again, the station when I was in Charleston used to be a daytimer for me. And so pretty familiar with this one. They were always a really nice signal down there. That 10K daytime signal really gets out. So we'll be excited to hear how it does tonight. I know a lot of us East Coast, Midwest, upper Midwest folks, you got Cleveland. WTAM is kind of the dominant station here on 1100. That's actually not a bad thing. I remember last year in May when we had the KJJR Whitefish Montana DX expedition on 880, and WCBS in New York was dominating, right? But because they kind of cleared the path and cleared the way, we were able to hear Montana underneath because everything else was kind of cleared out. So that can help. That can happen. You never know how these things are going to go, especially when it comes to like the Morse code and the tone sweeps. Those stick out so well, right? So don't be discouraged if you've got TAM kind of dominating the frequency or you think it's going to be a tough one for you. Right now, it just sounds insurmountable because there's nothing else there. But I promise you, those tones, those sweeps, the Morse code, all that kind of stuff is going to really cut through. So let me grab my remote control here for my lights. This is a much bigger remote. This is my new one. This is my old remote control here, the little white guy here on this side, for my little flood lamps that I have over here. That guy. But now I've got this whole very sophisticated setup with something under the cabinet and also under the table itself. I can't wait. I'm going to be doing a video on the new shack to show you guys what we did putting all this together and little nuances like the lighting. I have a little hook down here for my headphones now, down here on the bottom. Everything is, I probably used over 150 zip ties, probably a whole box of those cable staples. Just absolutely sat on my back working on that for, I think, 3 days. And it was a lot. Let's go ahead and do a look at top of the hour. We're going to see what's on 1100 right now. Top of the hour alert one more time for season 2, folks. All right, so let's do a look around and see where we're at. Now, this is going to be brought to you by NationalRadioClub.org is a website for the National Radio Club, and IRCAOnline.org. We're getting them both in here. NationalRadioClub.org and IRCAOnline.org. That's where you want to go to find more information about becoming a member of the clubs. We're going to give them both the love tonight because it's it's important for us to remember that they're there, for us to look at those opportunities to get membership. The clubs do such an important thing for our hobby, so I want to make sure if you're not a member yet, please consider getting a membership, and you won't regret it. Really, really a lot of great information, a lot of great people, and you get some discounts and things like that. So definitely recommend that we do. So looking around the horn here where we got on screen 2, I've got my Perseus over here, and that is in the Perseus software. We got our 2 backyard Kazs, 22 by 70. One's at 35 degrees, one's at 125. So I wanted to go, one was southeast, one northeast, to kind of give us a look towards Georgia. And then on the other side, we've got our ELAD FDM S3. We've got our 16 by 53 foot vactrol over here, pointing south. So it'd be interesting to see if we get anything off of this one, kind of off the side of the Kaz. I was going to run the FlexRadio, the 6400, the new ham radio SDR that we have sitting down over here on the shelf. We got the Flex 6400 in, it's installed, and I have my 2 W6 LVP loops plugged in, but I need some new cables because I think the cables that I have been using on those are on the way out the door. So let's start with the Perseus and see what we have here on the Kaz. We're going to start on the northeast wire, which is basically pointing right at Ohio. Or in the general area of Ohio, I should say. So not a lot here. We got some lightning crashes. We'll look at the map here in a bit, see where those are coming from.
WCGA 1100, Cleveland, home of the Cavaliers and Guardians, and iHeartRadio station.
From ABC News, I'm Chuck Severson. Ominous warning to Russian troops: don't fight in Ukraine. Ukrainian President Zelensky speaking in Russian to Russian soldiers in his nightly video address, saying even the Russian generals expected that thousands of them would die. Mark Solo guards a corner of the capital, Kyiv, with machine guns. When asked if the Russians decide to again try to take their city,
many troops in Kyiv, many Ukrainian troops in Kyiv. So if somebody wanted to come, yeah, welcome. We will meet you guys.
Ukraine's National Guard releasing video claiming to show a strike on Russian military equipment in the Kharkiv region. Nearly 400 people in Kharkiv have been detained under anti-collaboration laws. Over 1,000 firefighters backed by bulldozers and aircraft battling the largest wildfire in the U.S. near the small city of Las Vegas, New Mexico. Officials say the fire has burned over 100 homes, has grown to over 150 square miles. Crews are restoring power to thousands after a tornado ripped through southeast Wichita and Andover, Kansas last night. Andover Fire Chief Chad Russell.
We have neighborhoods where houses have been wiped completely.
I think we've got obviously, this is the only thing I've got here now, too, Justin.
Naomi Judd, who with her daughter Winona became the Grammy-winning hit-making duo The Judds, has died. She was 76.
Oh, really? Naomi died?
The day before the Judds are inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame. Statement from her daughters cites mental illness. Naomi had written a lot about her battles with depression and hepatitis. Back after COVID, the annual White House Correspondents' Dinner, comedian Trevor Noah of The Daily Show speaking, as well as President Biden.
Trevor's great. When I was elected, he did a show and he called me America's new dad. Let me tell you something, pal. I'm flattered anybody would call me a new anything.
You're listening to ABC News.
What's done more to improve overall health and wellness, modern medicine, or personal hygiene? Actually, it's both. But considering that bathing went mainstream in the 1800s and brushing your teeth in the 1900s, it's time for something deeper, like cleaning your nose. After all, your nose is the body's air filter for cavities.
Okay. Let's go over here and check them on Let's just see what we're getting on the south wire here. I don't know what's going to happen on this south wire here.
Back of the nose where germs can get trapped and multiply. And then out the other
So the south wire I'm still getting on.
mucus and microbes.
Let me see if I can get rid of them, though.
Better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier. Join over 2 million others and find out for yourself your refreshing and easily usable hobby.
A little bit. Yeah. I don't know what to expect on this one tonight for the DX test. So we'll see if that's going to give me Georgia at all or not off the side of that Kaz. Back to the Perseus. And the Perseus software.
Unemployment claims have fallen, a sign that
I'm going to give it a little bit of a clip here. A little bit of attenuation.
Compared to a year earlier, labor force participation rate, which measures how many people are
Barry,
looking
these
for work, is below.
Are my Sony MDR 7506 headphones. I got these when I first got into broadcasting back in 99, 2000. And I use them at live remotes, in studio, at multiple radio stations, made commercials, was on air with them. And then when I got out of broadcasting, I started using them for DX. And also when I recorded my albums, I have 3 albums that I've recorded using these headphones. They are the best headphones I have ever used. Obviously, these are now over 20 years old. And if they were to go out today, I'd go buy another pair just like them. Sony MDR 7506. They're about $100, but it's the last pair of headphones you'll probably ever buy because they're just that good. And they kind of are the standard for a lot of broadcast folks. So if they're good for broadcasts, they're good for DX. And they are. They're really, really good. All right, so let's take a quick break. I have a lot I need to get to this hour. So we heard our ID from WTAM. I think most of us East and Midwest, that's what we're dealing with. Charles and Stephanie and some of our friends out on the West Coast, Bruce up in Seattle, you guys have a whole different look. Steve up in BC, you guys have a whole different look and something different you're going to be dealing with here on 1100. But for a lot of us, WTAM, right? That's what we're going to be looking at. So when I come back, we're going to release the results from the medium wave frequency challenge for all of the entire season. We're going to recap who our winners were each week. We're going to talk about who our winner was overall, our top dog for the entire season. We're going to talk about the mileage record, who had the most states, who had the most countries, all of it. So we're going to release that. And we're going to talk about DX tests and get ready for this DX test coming up here at the top of the hour. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. More DX Central Live and our season finale coming right after this.
DX Central, because we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. DX Central Live is brought to you in part by...
Since 1933, the National Radio Club has been serving AMDXers while providing some of the most in-depth information in the hobby. From the annual NRC AM log, a must-have reference for domestic station information, to antenna design reference manuals, and of course, the DX News Member Bulletin, which is filled with station information updates, domestic and international loggings, and a whole lot more. Become a member today. For more information, log on to nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org. While the HF bands can be filled with entertaining and intriguing transmissions, how do you know when and where to look? Let Teague Publishing's Global Radio Guide lead the way. In addition to its exhaustive list of time and frequency for international broadcasters, radio hobby icon Gail Van Horn brings you equipment reviews, an SDR buyer's guide, feature articles, and more. Pick up your copy today. Visit teakpublishing.com for more information. That's teakpublishing.com. From the pages of its DX Monitor member bulletin, members of the International Radio Club of America share their domestic and international AM/DX loggings. In its Mexican log, a wealth of information can be found of stations from south of the border. Technical guides, sunrise, sunset maps, and more make the IRCA a must-join for any AMDXer. For more information, log on to ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org.
Through crashes of static in quiet hours, we listen. In languages we can scarcely understand, and of places we have only visited in our dreams, we listen. Incessantly, we perfect our array of aerials, receivers, and resources. We refine our skills and our techniques so that we might listen. We are DX Central, and we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central.
DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central.
From the DX Central North Shore Studios, this is DXC Live. Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
It's DX Central Live, our season finale of Season 2 right here on YouTube. And it's a special edition. Not only is it our season finale, but it's also a DX test. Tonight we have WCGA-1100 in Woodbine, Georgia, coming up here at the top of the hour. We'll be starting their DX test, so you know how we do that here. We'll be broadcasting that live. That way you can see if you're comparing to hear what you're hearing from your side, if you're hearing the same thing, and also maybe either live or after the fact. You know, if you're going back in after the whole thing is over, you're comparing your recording from your SDR or whatever you have. If you want to compare to what you might have heard and see if you heard the same stuff, then hey, we're here for you. But we also have a pretty special thing to get to tonight. You know, we've been doing this medium wave frequency challenge all season long, right? We started it in, October, November, with week 1. Where's my notepad? I had it, actually it's up here in my cabinet, my new cabinet. Well, not my new cabinet, but my new use-purposed cabinet. Let me turn my light on up here. Okay. So we did 22 weeks, and we're going to recap here in a moment the season and recap who our winners were and who our overall top dog is. But again, I just wanted to kind of mention here, and you'll see some of these numbers in the video I'm about to play as well. 2,669 logs submitted this year into our medium wave frequency challenge. 82 DXers submitted loggings this year. A couple of other little preview things. I don't want to give away too much because the video is kind of there for a purpose. We heard every U.S. state except for one. Between all of us, we logged every single U.S. state except one. You'll see who that is here in a moment. We missed one U.S. state. But man, it was so much fun. You guys made this such a great DX season to share together, to hear your successes. Some of you getting new states, new countries, new loggings, or whatever it might have been. You know, maybe you were stuck in a rut with your DX and you weren't really sure what you were going to do this season. And I feel like, you know, there were some of you that mentioned it to me that maybe we broke you out of that rut by trying some of these frequency challenges, and it helped you kind of try to chase after some DX that maybe you wouldn't have chased after otherwise. So all that just, it warms my heart. And so I'm really, really happy to share this with you guys. So sit back and relax, and we've got a nice little wrap-up video here for you from this season's Medium Wave Frequency Challenge right here on DX Central Live. so let's do a nice big celebration. It says new log. Let's, for everybody who had a new log this season, if you added something new to your logbook, for everyone who added a new state to your logbook, congratulations. And if you added a new country, we had one here. All right. I don't know why that one doesn't sound as excited. That should be the biggest one. I don't know why. I don't know why that kind of, it was like big crowd of celebration for the log in the state, and they get to the country, it's like 3 people like, yeah, woohoo. Congrats to Bill, my friend. 7 logs, you got me. But no, congrats to Bill. I'm gonna be reaching out to you here soon to get you something very nice and special from DX Central for being part of this great season and for taking the top dog spot. Congrats to everybody who won a week. I know Alan and some of you guys that head here at the end of the season. I haven't gotten you your e-certificate yet. That's coming. So I'll get you that for I think it's week 17. Everybody from week 17, I owe you a certificate, e-certificate. So you'll be getting those. And congrats to everybody who either, we had 30 countries logged this year. 49 out of 50 states, everything except for Hawaii. 30 countries, over 1,100 unique stations logged. A distance of 5,600 miles for the top mileage. I mean, it is an unbelievable season, guys. And this is just a tiny fraction. And I know there was a lot of folks who were doing the challenges that weren't submitting logs. So, I mean, I can't wait to see what we do next year with more time. Maybe some folks. I have a couple of goals that I want to achieve for next season to improve the challenge. One of the things that I really want to do, we had DXers from, I think it was 9 countries that DX'd this year and submitted loggings to us. I want to encourage our international friends in Europe and everywhere else to be part of this even more. It's not just a U.S. thing, right? That's why I tried to incorporate some of those ranges in there so we can get those 9 kilohertz spacings in. So I really want to encourage our international friends to be part of this next year, even more than they were this year. You did a good job. We had some Australian friends. We had some European friends, some Asian friends jumping in this year. But I really want to see some more of that this next season. And see if we can add more to that. I want to really flesh out the international stuff. I also want to find a better way for log submission. I know the Google form was kind of a nice way to kind of get it started. Some of you guys don't mind it. Some of you guys don't like it. I get it. So I'm going to try to research some ways to do it easier for you all to be able to submit your loggings. What I really would love to be able to do is figure out a way to automate some of that so that, when you log in or whatever, you say, hey, this is Alan or Bill or whomever it might be. It kind of knows, okay, that means I'm located here. That means that I'm probably using these radios or whatever. I want to find a way to do that, but we have to play around with that a little bit. But this year, the Google form did what it had to do. It got the job done. So those are a couple of goals that I want to do for next year. Obviously, I want to start us earlier in the season than we did last year. So my target right now, I keep saying the fall, for season 3 to start of DX Central Live, and the challenge will restart back up again at the same time. Thinking in my mind sometime, I haven't looked at the calendar yet to look at how the dates kind of line up, but probably sometime early September is what I'm thinking. That way we can get in some of that transatlantic stuff, because that's a really good time of the year for transatlantics on the East Coast. And so, yeah, we'll see. But again, kudos to all of you. Thank you so much for making this season so remarkable. I had a blast with it. This has been the most fun AMDX season I can remember having in a long, long, long time. So thank you to everyone who participated, who made this what it was. So again, kudos to Bill. Kudos to all of our winners. I can't believe the one stat, I'll tell you this. The 49 of 50 states was mind-blowing. I didn't realize we had done that. I didn't realize we had gotten everything except for Hawaii. We even got DC, but everything except for Hawaii. I didn't realize that we had also gotten every continent except for Africa. We got into Oceania. We got Europe. We got Asia. We got into the North America and South America. We got in the Caribbean, obviously, South Pacific. We got quite a bit out there. I didn't realize we'd gotten that except for Africa. That's the only continent. So next season, my challenge to all of you and myself, let's get every continent on this planet in our log for next season. Think we can do it? I think we can. All right, so that's our wrap up. I'll be posting this video up on YouTube and sharing it with the rest of you. I'll also be doing a little write-up to go along with it as well. We're putting on the blog post here on our website, which again is just dxcentralonline.com. So be looking for that. All right, so now let's turn our attention here to WCGA, Woodbine, Georgia. So that's our DX test for the evening, and it's going to be starting here at the top of the hour in a little over 30 minutes. So what I want to do now, I'm not going to play the entire video that I made. I'm going to do the condensed version here. So for those of you who may be newer to DX tests, we have some folks I think probably watching that are newer to DX tests here, either live or after the fact. This will be a nice introduction for you onto the sounds of a DX test on AM radio. We're going to talk about some of the things you're going to hear. We're going to play this through. It's about almost just under 15 minutes. We'll play this through and give you guys a chance to kind of feel what that is going to sound like. And then we're going to start talking about the DX test specifically and some of the details, because this is a little bit different this time when how reception reports are going to be handled, who's going to be handling them, and what will be going out as far as QSLs go is going to be a little bit different than what we're used to. So we'll talk about that. We're going to talk about our friend Justin up in Minnesota, who has his live stream getting ready up tonight for the DX test as well. UB Studios will be putting up a little link up here, or putting his stream up. That way you guys can check that out. So I encourage you to check out his stream as well as ours. We'll mention that, and then we'll get ready. It'll be time to DX. All this, we're trying to cram in this 1 hour here before the DX test starts. So let's go ahead, and we're going to play this video. This is... I think it's that one. Yeah, we're going to play the video here. This is the introduction to DX test. This is from our YouTube channel. We have this up on the YouTube channel as well. So introduction to the sounds of AM DX tests right here on DX Central.
Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central.
Morse code, tone sweeps, off-hook telephones, and a whole other assortment of odd noises. When it comes to AM radio stations conducting DX tests, you'll hear some pretty unique stuff being broadcasts. But how do you know what to listen for? How can you tell your sweeps from your beeps? In this edition of DX 101, we're going to take a look, so stay tuned. So let's say the CPC has announced a new DX test that's coming up. What are some of the things that you can expect to hear or should be listening for or maybe even watching for on your SDR? Okay. Well, the most common element that you're going to see in a DX test is the Morse code ID. Now, I'm going to show you an example here from a couple of previous tests. This first one is the one I was talking about earlier. This is 880 KJJR in Whitefish, Montana. Again, they're almost near the Canadian border. This was received from Charleston, South Carolina. And not only in this clip can you hear the Morse code under the signal from WCBS, but you can actually see it as well on the SDR waterfall. The dits and das, you'll actually see those on the waterfall. And here's another example, this time from 1220 WCPH in Etowah, Tennessee.
some of the more unique sounds you might hear during a DX test. There's the first ones we're going to explore are what we call tone sweeps. There's a handful of different kinds of sweeps. And this first one is what's called a linear sweep. This was actually something that was provided to the CPC, as most of these tones were, by a friend of us. He's an engineer at 650 WSM, and these are actually the same tones that they use to maintain and test against their own audio chains and their transmitters. So these are broadcast standards. Again, this first one is called a linear sweep. Now, very similar to the linear sweep, we have the logarithmic sweep. See if you can tell the difference. This next piece was actually developed to test a very specific element in the transmission line called limiter. So this is the limiter test. Now, this next tone was specifically designed for testing AM transmitters, for medium wave transmitters. It consists of a tone that starts at around 100 hertz, runs all the way up to 5 kilohertz, and then bounces quickly back and forth between the two of them. Another commonly used element in DX tests is the single frequency tone. Now, which frequency is used can vary from test to test, but probably the most commonly used is the 1 kilohertz tone. If you've ever been sitting on 890 kilohertz on the East Coast and you heard that 1 kilohertz heterodyne from Algeria on 891, you know exactly the sound that you're looking for here. The difference here is that these are going to be on both the upper and lower sideband of the carrier frequency. These are going to run for about 30 seconds or so, and they're extremely easy to identify on that waterfall if you're running an SDR, because you'll see two solid lines right on 1 kilohertz off of that carrier frequency. So here is an example of what that sounds like, the 1 kilohertz tone. Probably one of the more unique sounds you might hear during a DX test is the off-hook telephone sound. Now, if you didn't grow up with a landline phone, this was actually something that was developed back a long time ago by Bell Laboratories, and it was something that they wanted to use to alert the user that the handset was not seated properly in the cradle, and therefore the line was still engaged and they wouldn't be able to receive any inbound phone calls. So a little alert sound was played over the line to notify the user of that. The tone consists of a superposition of frequencies 1400 hertz, 2060 hertz, 2450 hertz, and 2600 hertz, and they're played at 100 milliseconds on, 100 milliseconds off cadence. Testing with an audiologist also confirmed that these tones cut through static and crowded frequencies very well and are more easily noticed by DXers. Speaking of phones, one of the more recent additions to our DX test catalog is the use of a ringtone from an iPhone. If you've ever had an iPhone, you know some of the different ringers that are there. This one is easily recognizable, and it's another one that audiologists have confirmed do a really good job at kind of cutting through during some of the testing that was done. Now, tones and sweeps and Morse code and things like that aren't the only thing that you'll likely hear during a DX test. A lot of times you're also going to hear a voice ID. If you're close enough to the testing station, you should be able to pick these up. Some of these will be run through a human voice. Sometimes I've even heard them by someone directly at the transmitter site with a microphone plugged in to the gear that's there at the transmitter site so they can do that. Other times it's a computerized voice. But again, if you're close enough, this is one of those things that can be a huge thrill if you actually hear the voice ID of that DX test. So here's an example of one of those voice IDs.
This is Whiskey Echo November Romeo. Whiskey Echo November Romeo. Whiskey Echo November Romeo. Whiskey Echo November Romeo. This is WCNR in Englewood, Tennessee. We are conducting a special maintenance test.
A lot of DX tests will also run music during their test broadcast. Now, even though testing has confirmed that music doesn't cut through the best, it's still a lot of fun for the testing station to kind of play DJ for a bit there and kind of play whatever they want to play. So you'll often find some music you wouldn't normally hear on the radio, either because of its format or its length, not just for that station, but a lot of times for any station. You might hear some Dr. Demento or something like that kind of broadcast at 3 o'clock in the morning out of that DX test station. You'll also sometimes hear, especially if it's one that's been sponsored by the CPC, you'll hear a song called Hands Across the Sea. It's a kind of a brass band song, which actually is the signature song of the IRCA. Back in the 1960s, club members took a vote and said that would be the signature song of the IRCA was Hands Across the Sea. It narrowly beat out the song Monday, Monday, classic 1960s hit. But even though the brass band stuff doesn't really cut through, it's one that if you're close enough to be able to receive the music from the DX test station, you'll instantly recognize it. And here's an example of what you might hear. Now, these are just some of the things that you might hear during a DX test, especially and probably specifically those that are sponsored by the CPC. If the station is conducting their own test, what you'll hear will probably greatly vary from this and may include very few or none of the elements we've discussed. So the important All right, so we are back. So that was the kind of demonstration for you of what you can expect to hear during a DX test like tonight. Now, we're going to talk about this DX test this evening, but before we do, I have to address the fact that our friend Justin, UB Studios up in Minnesota, who lives a couple of miles away from the tower of WCCO 830 AM in Minneapolis, has reported and confirmed. I'm confirming and listening to his live stream right now. They are off the air. WCCO is off air. So we're going to go over here and we're going to check out right now 830. Now, here in the New Orleans area where I am, that is a frequency dominated by KGLA in Norco, Louisiana. And so actually Justin heard KGLA up in Minneapolis. He's very excited because he never gets anything. It'd be like WWL going off the air for me. Right? So let's see what we got. Here is KGLA right now. So Justin, if you're watching our live stream while you're doing yours over here, I'm going to help you out here. Anyone who might be excited about CCO being off air, this is what we have here right now in KGLA here in Norco.
Powered by Gamma Insurance Agency. Bravo, sí, bravo contratista, que te levantas todos los días con la idea de construir algo, una casa, un edificio, una carretera. Bravo por tu trabajo. Para construcción tú, para tus seguros nosotros. Gamma Insurance Agency, 504-305-4141. En Baton Rouge, 225-963-6383.
Para tus necesidades de seguros
How loud is that, Barry? This is on the Southeast Wire. I'm on the north side of Louisiana, New Orleans. I'm sorry, that's on. This is the Southeast. I can kind of put a little dent in them. But I mean, I really want a Dominican Republic here. There's no shot.
En Multitravel les ofrecemos todo tipo de vuelos a Centroamérica, Suramérica y Europa. ¿Por qué visitar a Multitravel?
Gotcha, Justin.
Le damos toda la información que necesite para entrar a Honduras, Guatemala, El Salvador, todos los países.
So yeah, this is what we have right now. This audio, this is coming from KGLA in Norco, Louisiana, which for a lot of you, with WCCO being out, I think this is what you're going to be probably getting. Tropical is their ID slogan. We're gonna let's do so. I've got KGLA and Norco on right now, but let's for a second. I just want you guys to be able to enjoy what I'm enjoying over here. Let me mute my laptop. Enjoying our friend Justin here, who is a friend of the channel, and I think you might be watching our live stream right now. He's doing a live stream for tonight's DX test. And like I said, he's about 2 miles away from WCCO. So we're going to throw him up on the stream here and give him some publicity, right? We're going to show him some love here and let you guys kind of see the excitement of somebody who their local
so the one I got earlier
goes off the air. What happens? You get this.
From
Enjoy.
Norco, Louisiana, Norco. Yeah, there's a Spanish lady talking. Let's see if this matches WMU. No. It's not Memphis. Upper Side, man. Yeah, good idea.
Again, Justin's YouTube handle here is UB Studios. He's checking out a Kiwi SDR here as well to do some comparisons with his own locals. Guys. So definitely, if you're not subscribing to Justin's channel, please do. He's a great guy, great friend of our channel. So anyone who's a friend of us is a friend of a DXer. So definitely want to check his stream out that he's doing tonight. So you'll be able to hear what Minnesota's hearing for the WCGA DX test, but also obviously right now with WCCO off the air, that's big time, right? That's like I said, that's if WWL went off the air for me, I'd be up here just bouncing off the walls, excited because I'd finally have a chance to get some stuff on 870. But alas, here we are. And you know, WCCO going off air. When I first moved here to Mandeville, they were off the air because of Hurricane Ida. So I have about a month or so of IQ recordings that I did there in October where there was no KGLA. So I got CCO. I got a couple of others on 830. I didn't get Dominican Republic, damn it. But I did get a couple of others. So now I'm stuck with these guys. So what you're hearing right now, this is KGLA live on 830. While we're doing that, I'm going to pull up our WCGA details here for us. Oops. Wrong keyboard. didn't put it up here yet, did I? Come on, boy. I usually put them up on the website, but I guess I forgot to do that on my blog this time. Oh well, we've still got the announcement that I put together for us. We'll get to that here in a second.
Donde la variedad está el gusto. Tropical 105.7 y 94.7 en Baton Rouge.
Baton Rouge. It's out in Norco, which is a little refinery community out west of New Orleans. So there you go. That's what we got. Let me give you guys some details here on what we got coming up at the top of the hour. We'll do a quick break after this, and then we'll come back and get ready to jump in. So, let me get a nice, good zoom here for us so we can read this easily because my old eyes don't like me anymore. 150% should do the trick. All right, so tonight we have our DX test. It's WCGA-1100 in Woodbine. Test is going to begin here at the top of the hour, so about 14 minutes, just under 14 minutes. We can expect some 800 hertz and 1,000 hertz Morse code IDs, some tone sweeps, some long-duration tones at 1 kilohertz, off-hook telephone sounds, some voice IDs, and let us know that we should be hearing some very unique voice IDs. So his words were basically like, if anyone who's in the area where they can hear the voice IDs from this one is going to be in for a treat. So I'm looking forward to seeing if we can hear that. I feel like we've got a shot, hopefully. At 10 kilowatts, we should have a shot. So yeah, we're going to be doing that. We'll have the iPhone ringer in there as well, the off-hook telephone, all that kind of stuff. They're going to be operating on their full daytime power, 10,000 watts during this test on their daytime antenna pattern. So this means a lot of you on the West Coast, California, up in Oregon, Washington, you got a shot here. Over into Europe, you've got a shot. I feel like a lot of folks are going to be able to hear this one that don't normally get to hear DX test, just because this is going to be it's going to be pretty good power. 10,000 watts. You don't see a lot of those. Usually it's like 1,000, 2,500, maybe a 5K, but 10,000 watts on a pretty clear frequency at that. That's going to get out pretty well. Here's the unique stuff. This is a little bit different than usual, so you definitely want to pay attention to these details. They're actually handling all of the reception reports themselves at the station. So they normally, when the CPC, when we do one, we have a strict requirement. You have to have an audio or video clip to be able to validate that you did indeed hear. That's not necessarily required here. I still think it's a good idea that you do that. They're interested in hearing about frequency stability, audio quality, overall performance. They accept both hard copy reports via the mail and email reports. They would love to receive audio recordings in WAV, MP3 formats, or in MP4 for video. Reception reports should go directly to Wesley here. Wesley Cox, the owner general manager. And we'll be putting this back up later on if you want to grab a pen and a paper to write this down. Physical card senders, people who send a physical thing out to the station, will receive a physical QSL. You don't see many of those these days, so that's pretty cool. Email QSL senders will also receive an email QSL. Here's a little fun bit. Best audio narrative recording and received via email in MP3 or MP4 about themselves and their passion for radio. That includes their reception of WCGA and the who, what, when, where, and why, and how of that event taking place will receive a special prize from the station. DXers who submit recordings must grant permission to broadcast their recordings. The decision of WCGA staff on the winner is final. So, yeah, if you want to throw a little extra stuff in there and talk about why DXing is fun for you and why you're passionate about it, I highly recommend you guys take advantage of this. You might get something pretty cool in addition to just a QSL. So, again, thank you, Wesley Cox and Jim Renfrew, Hall of Fame DXer. Jim, if you're on the stream tonight, I hope you are. Jim, thank you for helping to arrange this test and being part of this. Good fun that we're having tonight with WCGA out of the southeast corner, that little itty bit between South Carolina and Florida. There's a little bitty bit of Georgia down there. Mostly it's Savannah, Brunswick, St. Simon's Island, and apparently the community of Woodbine as well. I think I might actually have up on the YouTube channel, if I remember right, I've got these guys an air check that I snagged of them when I was in Charleston. I'm pretty sure I do. So let's take a look at that. May not have any bearing on tonight's DX test, but could be fun just to look at anyway. They had a very unique identifier that they did at the top of the hour. Go to the channel. I think it was here, WCGA. Didn't I? Yeah, we got them. So here is an air check that I grabbed of this station while I was in Charleston. Enjoy.
Approve this message. Paid for by Purdue Percentage. WCGA, Woodbine, Georgia, 1100 AM. Wonderful. Coastal, Georgia. Thank you for listening.
I love that little ID that they had there, the wonderful Coastal, Georgia. I love that. That's really nice. So there you go. That was the ID I grabbed of them back. So you may hear something. I don't know. We may hear something like that tonight during the DX test. We're definitely going to hear the tone sweeps and the Morse code and all that good stuff. So get ready for that. So we're going to scroll our Perseus back up to 1100. And we're going to get ready for this. So a quick break. When we come back, it's DX test time, baby. And we'll be getting that going here in just a few moments. So make sure you stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more DX Central Live, our season finale, our big final season finale here on DX Central Live. Take care. We'll be right back.
DX Central, because we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central. DX Central Live is brought to you in part by...
From the pages of its DX Monitor member bulletin, members of the International Radio Club of America share their domestic and international AM/DX loggings. In its Mexican log, a wealth of information can be found of stations from south of the border. Technical guides, sunrise, sunset maps, and more make the IRCA a must-join for any AM/DXer. For more information, log on to ircaonline.org. That's ircaonline.org. While the HF bands can be filled with entertaining and intriguing transmissions, how do you know when and where to look? Let Teague Publishing's Global Radio Guide lead the way. In addition to its exhaustive list of time and frequency for international broadcasters, radio hobby icon Gail Van Horn brings you equipment reviews, an SDR buyer's guide, feature articles, and more. Pick up your copy today. Visit teaguepublishing.com for more information. That's teaguepublishing.com. Since 1933, the National Radio Club has been serving AM/DXers while providing some of the most in-depth information in the hobby. From the annual NRC AM log, a must-have reference for domestic station information, to antenna design reference manuals, and of course, the DX News member bulletin, which is filled with station information updates, domestic and international loggings, and a whole lot more. Become a member today. For more information, log on to nationalradioclub.org. That's nationalradioclub.org.
Through crashes of static in quiet hours, we listen. In languages we can scarcely understand, and of places we have only visited in our dreams, we listen. Incessantly, we perfect our array of aerials, receivers, and resources. We refine our skills and our techniques so that we might listen. We are DX Central, and we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central.
DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central.
From the DX Central North Shore Studios, this is DXC Live. Now here's your host, Lloyd Van Horn.
DX Central Live from the North Shore Studios, the recently remodeled North Shore Studios, I might add. It's our season finale, so our final chance for us to get together here and DX together on a weekend evening and see what's there. We've got 8:30 WCCO off the air. We're getting ready for WCGA's DX test here in just over 3 minutes. So we'll be getting into that here in just a few moments over here on the Perseus. Real quick, a couple of reminders for you. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. So we're not going to be doing a lot of talking, maybe, at least for a little while. Subscribe to the channel here and be sure to give us a thumbs up on the video and a comment if you like what you're hearing. And if you don't like what you're hearing, let us know. We're always up for ways to improve. Hit the bell icon to be notified when new videos and streams are available. We may do some live streaming for FMDX season over on Twitch or something like that. I just don't want to put the channel at risk with the FM radio stations and copyright and all that kind of stuff. So twitter.com/DX Central. That's where you can find out more information about when we do post new videos here to the channel, or we go live, or any other of our other DX-ploits that we're doing here over the next several months before we start up season 3 of the live stream here. And also, don't forget our website, dxcentralonline.com, if you're looking for more information about DX in general, whether you're a newbie or a seasoned veteran. We'd love to have you join us there. All right, so why are we here tonight? There's a very specific reason. It's a DX test from WCGA Woodbine, Georgia. In addition to our regular season finale where we're going to be doing, where we wrapped up the frequency challenge. We already showed you that video. And our usual live DX that we do is being preempted tonight onto 1100 as part of this DX test. So, without further ado, my friends, it's DX test time. Let's go. So we're going red. I know that it's not top of the hour. Well, it kind of is. It's top of the hour time frame, but we're going battle red here for this DX test in general. Let me see. Turn that back on. Yeah, let's get some red going there. Here we go. So we're going red for the DX test tonight. Let's get the Perseus fired up. We're on 1100 kilohertz. And we've got WTAM has been kind of dominating the frequency here tonight so far. But we are just about 1 minute away now from the start of this DX test. Be sure to join us here in our chat, also at dxer.ca/blab. Colin Newell's DXer AMDX chat room as well. Share what you're hearing there. Don't forget about our friend UB Studios in his live stream he's doing as well from up in Minnesota. That way you can hear what they're hearing. Let's throw the antenna to the northeast, roughly, from New Orleans. That should get us to Georgia. Let's go.
Radio WCGA 1100. My name is Commissioner John Pletchnik, and I approve this message. Across the country, crime is rising like never before. Our families deserve to raise their children in safe communities. That's why I'm proud to be endorsed by Sheriff Franklin and Bruno. That's why I voted for the cops grant, to put more deputies on patrol.
Good luck, everybody. 73, my friends. For those of you who may not be here too much longer on the stream, we appreciate you being here all season long. Let's do this. Good luck.
The following program will be recorded. News, talk, sports. This is WCAM 1100, Cleveland, home of the Cavaliers and Guardians, an iHeart radio station. From ABC News, I'm Todd Ed. A warning from Ukraine's president to Russian troops.
Telling Russian soldiers not to fight in Ukraine. Even their generals expected that thousands of men would die. Ukrainian President Zelensky on the air Saturday night speaking in Russian, also saying Russian commanders lie to their soldiers when they say they'll face serious penalties for refusing to fight. And they do not tell them about the preparation of additional refrigerators for storage of corpses by the Russian army. Chuck Stevenson, ABC News.
Naomi Judd, half of one of country music's biggest duos, has died.
Two daughters, Winona and Ashley, announced their mother's death Saturday. Performing as the duo of Naomi and Winona recorded 14 #1 songs and were to be inducted together into Country Music Hall of Fame Sunday. In a statement, Winona and Ashley Judd saying they lost their, quote, beautiful mother to the disease of mental illness. Naomi Judd was 76 years old. Dave Pastor, ABC News.
Severe damage to Kansas farms. Tornadoes that left a path of destruction through the area. But we ask for your continued divine protection and lead as we live our lives on your support and buildings in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. Please stand by for our national anthem.
in a press conference near Gainesville, vowing to make that change before he leaves office. Lionel Williams, ABC News Miami.
A lucky cat is reunited with his own 16 years old. Rich is 18 years old, got out of jail from McHenry's apartment back in 2006 and was last seen jumping out of a neighbor's pickup truck during the crime.
Jason McHenry searched for Rich for months, checking every animal hospital and shelter. Turns out for the last 2 years, Rich has been visiting a woman named Emily Russell. She's been feeding him until Monday, when she had to take him to Lum's Pond Animal Hospital.
It looked like he couldn't walk
very well, so I was like, there's nothing I can do for him. I can just take him to the vet. They scan him for a chip, and bam, he had an owner. Brett is now rehabbing, and James is a special maintenance test from WCGA-1100 AM in Woodbine, Georgia. This test is being conducted at our full daytime power as authorized by the FCC during experimental hours. During the test, you will hear special tones and signals designed to test audio performance. We thank you for your patience. This is a maintenance test from WCGA-1100
with remote solutions. And now get 25% off storage and filing products, cameras, decor, and lighting with the purchase of an office chair or desk. Explore solutions for your remote workspace at Staples, the Working and Learning Store, and 528 in store only.
Hot end ABC News.
Cleveland's new toughest Ford from the Cleveland Ford Lincoln Studios.
Featuring the 2022 Lincoln Corsair. Fox Business Prime, a new season of shows featuring How America Works with Mike Rowe.
Their stories are worth telling, and I'm happy to tell them.
My Dream Car.
This car symbolized freedom. It symbolized success.
American Build. America had the persistence to get these iconic projects done. And Mansion Global.
Every home is so different. You can see the time, the effort, and the love.
Fox Business Prime, Monday to Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern, only on Fox Business.
I'm sitting in a pool of hot lava.
Lava?
Yep.
I'm not a mind reader, Janet. Out with it already.
Well, Bob, it's about time we turn the AC on, don't you think?
Wait, Josh? For Mitchell's Magic. 1 hour heating and air conditioning. Before you put that thermostat in the pool, schedule your Mitchell's Magical Maintenance with a free guarantee.
Your AC will work right?
Make it right.
Cancellation industry. Voucher is the only thing that you can buy for can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. Sounds crazy, right? Crazy thing is, this never ends. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. I guarantee if we can't cancel your timeshare, you'll pay nothing.
Were you lied to when buying a timeshare and want out? Get the facts about timeshare cancellation. Call Wesley now for your free information kit. 800-497-9090. 800-497-9090. 800-497-9090.
Explore your universe with Coast to Coast AM.
Now, we've been talking about 100 years of paranormal study, but things are still in flux. When are we ever going to get the answers we really want?
I got to be honest with you, George. I think we really are close. Here in the United States, the vast majority of the population is not going to believe in UFOs until we have something on radar. Well, the fact is, not only do we have something on radar, but we have dating cockpit videos, among others, that have been validated by the Department of Defense.
What do you think is changing the perception? Is it obvious that's why they have to come forward with this information now?
The fact is, no person can say UFOs don't exist. I mean, that position does not exist anymore. The answers may be very elusive, but the existence and the evidence is as plain as any we've got. And it's an exciting time to be alive. We know that life is not exclusive to Earth, and that's an extraordinary thing.
Coast to Coast AM sure sounds great in the middle of the night, but you don't have to be nocturnal to enjoy this amazing show. The Coast Insider is your key to a normal life. For 15 cents a day, you can wake up refreshed, knowing that last night's show is waiting for you with podcasting. The Coast Insider Fund is a must-have feature for all Coast to Coast AM listeners. Visit coasttocoastam.com to sign up today. Somewhere in Time with Art Bell continues, courtesy of Premier Network.
All right, back now to Fredericton, New Brunswick in Canada. And Sen Friedman. Sen, when you get some things over the internet, you go, yeah, right. And with a lot of things that flow over the internet, you should go, yeah, right. But these stories began to come to me, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago.
1100 a.m. in Woodbine, Georgia welcome reports of this special maintenance test from distant listeners. We have provided advance notification of this test to members of the National Radio Club, International Radio Club of America.
I was down there and I couldn't because I had several phone calls from people who thought I was story in Austin. Sorry, over.
This test is being conducted at our full daytime power as authorized by the FCC during experimental hours. During the test, you will hear special tones and signals designed to test audio performance. Reception reports to this station are welcome.
And I've agreed to go down and give a talk. Crash flying concerts, all that jazz. Sure. I speaking in English and being translated, and then speaking in English. Boy, that's tough, frankly.
Yes.
The holding on to your attention while they translate, never sure whether the audience is hearing what you said or thought, or whether the interpreter has done a little interpretation there. But anyway, before I went down, the man in charge of the conference had notified me that there was quite a fuss about this Virginia case. About the capture of a couple of alien bodies with nets of alien beings and them being sent off to the States. And frankly, I had a very highly raised eyebrow. You know. Sure. Because it sounded weird. But he told me, he promised me that at the conference there would be people that I could talk to who spoke English.
Okay.
That would give me the inside story. Now, it turns out that in the interval from when I was invited to when this conference took place, I just got back on Tuesday, that there's even more investigation and more coverage in the Brazilian press. A major magazine, sort of the equivalent of Time and Switzer, carried a story on May 22nd. magazine in England, which has a worldwide circulation of about 50,000, which for a UFO magazine is quite something special. They were both there, and we were able to meet with a man. One of the team of people gave through our paper there. This man has money enough, and I bring that up because it's hard to do the research without money.
We know.
He owns 3 coffee plantations, okay?
John Mack was also down there, wasn't he?
Well, that's what I was going to ask. And we found out that John Mack had been down there, met with some of the witnesses. We interviewed this researcher and got the whole story on videotape. John Carpenter has a tape of that. He speaks great English, so there's no problem that way. We are having a lot of stuff translated. And the story, as we got rid of the cultural problems, I mean, for example, one thing that bugged me, what do you mean the fire department came out with nets and captured this thing? That doesn't make any sense to me. Well, it turns out that in Brazil, if there is a mad dog or a monkey from the jungle or whatever, a strange animal that comes into a city, it's the fire department that goes out with nets, sort of like our dog catcher, you know, to capture it. Now, the man that we talked to has talked to military people. He has talked to medical people. He's well connected, as it happens, right in the area where this happened. And so as the story evolved, it seems that several bodies were recovered. I'll call them creatures because I don't know what other term to use, frankly. I don't want to say ETs, but it certainly doesn't sound like anybody from around here. Little guys, short, big heads, skinny bodies, oily skin.
Oily skin.
It looked as if somebody had brushed oil on them. Brown skin. Big, real big, red eyes.
Red eyes.
No genital, apparently, from what we heard, no clothes. And the beings, I'll use the word dazed, obviously not in great shape, obviously not able to leap with great bounds and escape the people who were around. Whether they were having trouble because they had eaten or were injured, or we just don't know.
Some sort of state of shock.
Yeah, seemingly, and more than one creature. And the initial report involved 3 young ladies, 2 sisters, ages, 14 and 16, I think. 22. Yeah, the 2 girls were 14 and 16. They had a friend with them who was 22.
All right.
And they were walking home. Go past an empty lot. They look over, and one of the girls at first thought it was a statue. Here's a creature bent down, seemingly in distress, not moving or anything, and they screamed. I mean, you know, there were 3 bumps on the head as well, incidentally, and relatively large feet, and crouched down, and the girls scream, and one of them thought it might be the devil because it sounds a little, you know, red eyes, bumps on the head, the whole business.
I understand.
They go screaming on home, and their people in the neighborhood hear them, and there's some other people who see the being. And the mother calls the fire department, and they come on out and eventually capture the being. And we have other stories, a story in the morning, a story in the afternoon, and stories about a saucer sighting in the neighborhood, if you will. I say saucer. It's the shape of a submarine. We might call it cigar shape, who knows.
Right.
Not very large, moving maybe less than 15 feet over a farmer's field, disturbing his animals. That's what wakes him up. And his wife sees this thing chugging along. It was white smoke, honestly, across their field, and animals are going sort of crazy. Now, the story gets much more complicated in terms of there was a guy who apparently may have hit an alien on the road. The military come in, they pick up a creature, put him in a box. There are 2 different hospitals mentioned here.
Is this the Brazilian military?
Yes. Well, I should add that there's a connection in Brazil between the military, the fire department, the police department. There are a couple of named military installations in the area, and the man we talked to has talked to some of those people, and he's been threatened incidentally. And apparently an attempt was made to bribe the young girls by guys in suits, and it's an area where you don't expect to find guys in suits, you know. That's a funny way to describe somebody, but, you know, this is not downtown Washington, D.C.
Right.
And so the story has swirled on. There is an indication of contact between the U.S. government and the Brazilian government about something expected to be coming down. Now, I'd better add something here that people may not have thought about, but I'm sure they're aware of. Namely, that all governments, especially the Americans and the Russians, anybody who puts satellites up, would love to get their hands on the other guy's technology. A spy satellite were to come crashing down.
No doubt about it.
I mean, that's valuable stuff. And I better add that we have military satellites in space in polar orbit that cross over the entire Earth over a period of time. And it's satellites, you know, these are with the cameras that you can read them. That sort of thing.
The KX series.
These guys are looking for reactors. This is somebody else's business. You can run on that. So you can have an alert system, and we undoubtedly have a reward system. Anybody around the planet, if something comes down, now is there. But remember, you got to recover your own self because you don't want the other guy to recover it.
I'm sure we have such a thing, of course. And so we've got it with Brazil, I would imagine. Sure, something down in Brazil. On the upper stand.
Yeah, and Brazil is a place where I would say from that John Mack was apparently very impressed after his interview with the girls, and he spent several hours with them to give them that they're not wrong. The consistency the man we spoke to about what the military say, the medical people say, a whole bunch of guys. One of these bodies was dead. Another one was still alive at the time and was shipped off. Okay, what do you think this competes with Washington? I have to say, not yet, because we don't have the direct connection between these strange bodies and a craft and people who see the two together. In other words, we need more linkage here. That doesn't mean there isn't such a connection, but this is in its early stages. The people who were involved are still alive. You know, this is January we're talking about.
Sure.
And so, apparently the cover-up effort has not been fully successful. And so I'm very optimistic that there will be more information. The press attitude has been good. And I stress that because if the press attitude is
press attitude
don't come forward.
Do you mean the press attitude in Brazil?
Yes.
Because other than the little internet leakage there certainly has been nothing significant in the American press yet.
That's right. And what I'm saying is to the local people who might know something, somebody who knows somebody who was at the hospital, that sort of thing, or who was in the military, the press attitude has been straight, which is all one ever wants. In other words, this is a story like a murder story or a plane crash story or something like that. Witnesses have been spoken to. Here's what they say. There is some testimony from a lot of different people independently. and it's been played like a straight news story.
So the mainstream press there is playing it straight. Now, if that story were to now be covered here, what kind of play do you think it would get here, or what?
Well, I'm afraid of what it would turn out to be like. There'd be a brief story that doesn't explain things that would immediately be jumped on by the powerful American press. I'm thinking of how they treated the reports that the CSO with the Roger story for the last couple of years. The Washington, New York Times, two outstanding newspapers, have gotten all the data wrong, basically because they presumed there was nothing to it. They didn't up the Air Force concept. So what I'm hoping will happen is that a major effort will be mounted to go down there. I'm ready to go back. Tell me about press. We have this UFO conference down there, you know?
Right.
Front page story on the local paper. Curitiba is a city of well over 1 million now. We're not talking a village.
Big city, yeah.
Yeah, and not far from Sao Paulo and so forth. And you see my picture was on the front page with a CD-ROM I'm holding up about UFOs. John Carpenter was pictured on the front page on a different day. And we asked people to translate it for us. It was not silly season. It's sort of Chiba. It was taken very seriously. And so I'm optimistic that more information will come forward. A book is probably in there for somebody down there because there were so many different strands of what was going on and where it was going on. And incidentally, Art, I'd like to make an offer. I've got a 2-page report from a English language, actually by an American who lives down there, on the Virginia case. This just came out a couple weeks ago. And I'd be happy to send a copy if people will send me a self-addressed stamp, number 10 envelope. And you can imagine if I had to write all the envelopes and put all the postage on it, it's an enormous.
So I tried to pull my microphone in and unplugged it. While they're doing these tones real quick, just wanted to do a quick bottom half of the hour check-in. This is our Southeast Cas, where I have the ability to kind of null out WTAM using my vactrol. Really makes a difference in receiving. We're already getting it super strong on the Northeast wire, but listen to how dominant they are here on the Southeast wire. Absolutely dominant. We heard Hands Across the Sea, the IRCA signature song a few moments ago. Now we're getting some nice sweep tones. You can see, let me just watch it there on the screen. Just, I mean, you can see it so clearly. We got our friend Justin, UB Studios, his live stream over here on my Surface Pro. Oops, forgot I'm on the different camera. There we go. There's Justin's live stream. The linear sweep are very distinct compared to the regular sweeps. Regular sweeps have that nice kind of fluid motion. You can see the linears. I mean, they come across like these diagonal lines off on the waterfall, right? These are like they're going up the steps of a stair. And you can even see, let me show you here on the Perseus waterfall. Those little lines up above here that are starting to get up to the top now, those are the regular sweeps. See how tight they are. Then you get to the linear sweep. Nice, big, wide gap between them. They just really stand out. Now we're back into regular sweeps. Back to, and you can see it on the spectrum analyzer at the top, how you have the bulge. It's like a wave on the ocean, just waves with these sweeps going out. Can't wait to hear another voice ID in here. If you can't find one anywhere else, Carl, definitely check out our video on the MFJ-1026 Phaser, how to do the mod for it. I've got it sitting over here. I'm using it for my ham radio and for AM radio for my receive side. But the MFJ does fantastic as the Phaser once you do a mod on it.
WCGA-1100 AM in Woodbine, Georgia welcome reports of this special maintenance test from distant listeners. We have provided advance notification of this test to members of the National Radio Club, International Radio Club of America, and the Medium Wave Circle in the hopes that they will report their reception of our signal. We would appreciate any comments on audio quality, frequency stability, and overall performance. This test is being conducted at our full daytime power as authorized by the FCC during experimental hours. During the test, you'll hear special This is the evening test for WCGA 1100 AM in Woodbine, Georgia.
Back to sweeps again. I just am blown away by what a difference SDRs have made for us when it comes to this, the concept of a DX test. Hey, you can see it here on the screen with the sweeps, but even those off-hook telephone, just right down. I mean, just in the Morse code, how clear that was a few moments ago. Such a difference maker. I have Spanish. Mike, I got anybody down your way? I am on my south wire. This is number 464 for me here in Mandeville. I do have Barranquilla, Colombia on this freak. So it could be Colombia that I'm hearing underneath them. I also have Hapeville, Georgia, 3WE on this freak from Mandeville. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 4 on 1100 here for us from Louisiana. Doug, it's 10 kilowatt. They're daytime power, daytime antenna pattern. iPhone ringer. All right, I need a refill on my beverage. I'll be right back. You guys stay here. I'll keep leaving the stream up.
Yeah, and this is a guy supposedly, I mean, the reason he got the problem first was he was working for almost That's correct. And Barnett early was Cleveland, Ohio, in the 60s, and after he had won the election to this footage, Mr. Barnett told him that he might be interested in, he could use some money, when he gets and when you start checking back, it means, according to the page 2,100.
The staff and ownership of WCGA 1100 AM in Woodbine, Georgia welcome reports of this special maintenance test from distant listeners. We have provided advance notification of this test to members of the National Radio Club, International Radio Club of America, and the Medium Wave Circle in the hope that they will report the reception of our signal. We would appreciate any comments on audio quality, frequency stability, and overall performance. This test is being conducted at our full daytime power as authorized by the FCC during experimental hours. During the test, you will hear special tones and signals designed to test audio performance. Reception reports to this station are welcome. This is a maintenance test from WCGA 1100 AM in Woodbine, Georgia.
And we're back. Nice jingle there. I was really hoping to hear some of those older, not jingle, but IDs that I heard, like on my air check, as we go to Morse code here. The wonderful coastal Georgia. I was really hoping to hear that. Thanks, Bill. Yeah, I've got them nulled here on the vactrol on the southeast wire, so we're pointing pretty much right at 150 degrees. I'm sorry, 125 degrees. My bad, 125. So we shouldn't be getting hardly any TAM at all. We've got a nice signal here off the side from CGA, and I believe Columbia's in there as well. We got about another 13 minutes, and we'll be into hour 2 of the DX test. This one's going up till the top of 1 o'clock Central Time, my time, 2 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock UTC. I do want to check something really quick. iPhone ringer. It does not look like we have big tropo going on right now. So Les, well, you might have a little tropo up in your neck of the woods. I got a little bit to the west of me. So, nice one, Bill. You can background, by the way, Justin, from his live stream. Nice more side A's. It's no longer up to date. Here's our friend Justin, UB Studios. Got our friend Justin up here on the screen. Good night, Barry. Thanks, my friend. You've got a e-certificate headed your way, by the way. Take care, my friend. Congrats on hearing this one. Nice 1K tone. How clear and defined those are on the waterfall. Look at that. Look at those tones. Just right there. I mean, just... Now we have multi-tone. So you'll see the 1K, the 2K, or 3K, 5, 7, and I think there's a 9. Maybe not. 1, 3, 5, and 7. Dave, yeah, he might be doing a little bit of that. I mean, they're testing out the transmission, the transmitter, the audio chain, all of that, just to kind of calibrate. So there might be some tweaks happening there as well. And also, sometimes, and this is a little tip for DX in general, sometimes one sideband will come in better for you than the other will. It can be a lot of different factors that will explain why, but sometimes that does happen. And so if you're having a hard time hearing a station in one sideband, you can swap to the other. You may hear them better. Whoa! What's this? Are we on the bridge of the Enterprise? Oh my goodness, that sounds great. Let's. That's fantastic. Look at it on the waterfall.
This is a special maintenance test from WCGA 1100 AM in Woodbine, Georgia. This test is being conducted at our full daytime power as authorized by the FCC during experimental hours. During the test, you will hear special tones and signals designed to test audio performance. We thank you for your patience. This is a maintenance test from WCGA 1100 AM in Woodbine, Georgia. WCGA 1100.
Rob, that one got me. Rob, that one absolutely got me. Can you imagine? Oh. How many times do I have to hide that user? And back to Morris. Somebody asked who else we got in here with CGA. I'm pretty sure, and I think some of you guys mentioned it sounds like it's parallel to their live stream. Caracol Radio down in Colombia, Barranquilla, who I've heard here before. So that's probably who it is. And then question about Tropo here for FM. Not a lot yet. Had a little bit up in Villa Platte last night. I've heard him before. So, I'll be honest. There's Barranquilla. You hear him in there. Mute Justin for a second. He's on a break right now anyway. Then we have the tones. I haven't had the Tropo season I was hoping. You know, April and May are supposed to be like Tropo in the Gulf South, and I haven't had a lot of it. Granted, there was a whole week and a half, 2 weeks, where I didn't even fire up the radio because of tearing all this apart. That was a week. And then, doing some traveling for the day job and some other day job responsibilities. So I haven't been checking as diligently as usual. But when I haven't seen. We had better tropo earlier in the season. But I know they just had their first e-opening in Europe this week. So fingers crossed, we're about a month away then from ours getting started here. We're usually about a month behind them, give or take a week or two. We'll go to 8:30 here in a bit after the test and see if CCO is still off. And if so, give you guys a chance to compare for KGLA again. Wow, look at that. 1 kilohertz spacing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, just every one of those tones. Wow. That looks amazing on the waterfall. Yeah, they should be. Justin, our friend up in Minneapolis, was about 2 miles from CCO's tower, and he says they are still off. There's Justin. Hey, man. I had you up on screen earlier. So yeah, here in the top of the hour, if they're still off, we'll switch over to 8:30. Give you guys Norco here, KGLA. Because that's all I've got on 8:30. Now that they're back on air. Wow, look at that on the spectrum analyzer. Just the waves like in the ocean. So cool. I love SDRs. They are absolutely just dominating on my Southeast CAS. With TAM off the side here, and I can null them out. With them gone, CGA is just blown away here. I'm not getting any QSB. I mean, real tiny bit. There's the off hook. I want to show you too. Look at the off hook on the Perseus. We zoom out a bit. We see all of the frequencies here that this incorporates, upper and lower sideband. Same here, Bill. So if anybody's doing any SDR recordings, this should be a very good archive quality for you to compare to. I mean, this is just, I'm blown away by this signal. Nicely done, Dave. I'll need alcohol and a bottle of Advil waiting as well. That seemed to help this last week. No, this is This whole thing has been a work in progress now for 20 years. Been slowly adding a little bit here, a little bit there. What do I want to have in the shack? How do I want to have it laid out? And we're going to talk about all that in the video that I do on the build. I tried to shoot some video as I went along, and then I got to a point where I was like, I just need to get this done. I love it, Bill. Now, a little bit of QSB from the CGA. There's Caracol coming up. I heard the ID. Caracol starts to come up. Nice, Carl. 358 stations in one season. That's pretty damn good. I lucked out here. This room, I think it used to be a laundry room. And then the people who lived here before, they moved that to the kitchen, and this became an office. They put cabinets up on one wall here. And it's small. It's only 6 by 7, this room, so 42 square feet. But I have a window right here that gives me access to the backyard. And so I'm able to run all my feed lines around, and I can actually tack them up on the wall. It's all very nicely run, actually, on the outside. And because it's kind of at grab level, I can actually make changes if I need to. Like if I want to swap the ends of my CAS antennas, I can do it very easily to swap, the vactrol and the preamp feed lines. I don't have to touch any of this in here unless we have lightning. Then I unplug it. But I can get to it easily. So yeah, we'll be doing a video here on the shack rebuild. That way you guys can see what we did, and maybe you can pick up some ideas for your shack. Even if that shack is a desk or a corner. I remember when I was a kid, ours was a desk in the dining room in our apartment. Just one little desk in the corner. There was a bar that separated the dining room and the kitchen. And Dad had his desk kind of crammed into the corner right there in the dining room, right next to the kitchen. And he had his ham radio stuff in there, shortwave. We had a Slinky antenna. Of course, back then the noise wasn't as bad, but even still, in the 80s, in the apartment, a Slinky antenna for shortwave. And we made do. My first antenna for AM DX was about 30 feet of wire out my window to a tree. And that and a portable, and so I got started. I know Justin's back on his stream now. I think he's down on 8:30 doing some looking. Another series of tones here. We've had sweeps, Morse code, tones, the whole works. I would imagine a voice ID is coming our way. Let's see. Let's see what the 150-degree south wire hears.
Later, saw a reflection something walked by. This dazzle, orange color, was really crazy. I was like, wow. And just unknown.
Not bad. I have some TAM in there. Or is that? That's not TAM. This TAM is running Art Bell. Okay. Oh, yeah, no, okay. Now I hear it. Yeah, that's the new weekend person. Okay. Here's the crazy thing. What you've been watching is that. It's the south wire, 150 degree. What we've been listening to is this, which is 125 degrees, which is this. Good night, Carl. Yeah, definitely follow us on Twitter. I'm going to try to do some FM DX streaming this year when there's an opening on Twitch. And if that doesn't work, I'll try to find somewhere else. But I'm just not doing it here on YouTube, but I'll try to find some. But there has to be an opening for it, so. $73, my friend.
Charlie Kirk, and you're listening to News Talk, 1100 AM, WCGA.
WCGA 1100.
I thought so too, Bill. Yeah, it looks like Justin is on 830 right now. We'll be going there here in about 45 minutes. We'll throw over to 830. I'm not going to hear much other than KGLA, but maybe I can phase them out. Take care, Carl. Thanks for being part of the fun this year. We'll see you soon. That campsite, they are determined. They really do. You see it even better on here. Thanks, Jim. Thanks for helping get this one set up. Thanks for being part of the fun and for all that you do for DX, my friend. Thank you. You're one of those folks I've been watching DX for a long time. Stranger Things. This is Stranger Things theme song. Every time this says skip intro on Stranger Things, I'm like hell. I love that song. I do remember, I think you were one of the DX News editors for one of the logging columns for a while, I think, Jim. I think it was the East. Maybe it was the International. I don't remember. But yeah, you're one of those folks I remember growing up, reading your stuff and just being amazed. So thank you for being part of the fun here. It means a lot. There you go, Charles. I was hoping you were hearing it. That was it, Jim. I knew it was one of them. Nice tones. Look at how well those stand out. I imagine folks in Europe, South America, out west, Africa, I imagine they're hearing this. Spread spectrum.
A la izquierda de Pablo Londra, que escuchamos aquí en la casilla número 9 con la canción Chante.
Bueno, y llega el momento de seguir recorriendo el mundo a través de los chats. Los chats. De naciones, de los diferentes países. ¿Qué es lo que está sonando? A ver, siempre recorrió por Puerto Rico. Vamos nuevamente por Texas. Y vamos ahora a un país muy diferente. Vamos para la banda de Colombia.
There you go, Bench. Very nice. Glad you got him.
This is a special maintenance test from WCGA-1100 AM in Woodbine, Georgia. This test is being conducted at our full daytime power as authorized by the FCC during experimental hours. During the test, you will hear special tones and signals designed to test audio performance. We thank you for your patience. This is a maintenance test from WCGA-1100 AM in Woodbine, Georgia.
See you, Alan. 73, my friend. Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate that. It means a lot. All I ever wanted with all this was to get folks excited about AMDX. So if I was able to do that, I have to move my headphones off. I got an echo in the headphones here. So if I was able to do that and help folks get excited about AMDX, then mission accomplished. Take care, Dave. 73, my friend. We'll see you in the Facebook groups, I'm sure. We'll keep touch in the summer on what everybody's hearing, and keep an eye out for when we're getting everything started back up in the fall. Take care. Is that Latin music right now, the Spanish music? Is that Caracol, guys? Oh, hell. Damn it. I just tried to log this on medium wave list, and I forgot I was still listed as Omaha from when I was there a couple weeks ago. So now now it says Charleston, but I'm in my Mandeville location. Heard Caracol there.
Bueno, pues yo el sábado sigue luego en el mundo de la música con la salsa choque, con la salsa urbana, con la salsa tropical, como usted le quiera decir. A diferencia
Three new.
del trabajo discográfico, cuando te digo, este nuevo tema, Salsa con Flow, es una renovación de la salsa urbana a una salsa clásico, pero también la novedad. Sigue apoyado con un video donde bailan un par de negros.
.800 hertz code. Take my headphones off because I have that echo going on here. So, bottom half of the hour here. So where are we at? I got my buddy Justin over here in the corner on his live stream. So we're here. 800 hertz tone still rolling. We've got the Southeast wire here, the Southeast cast. We've got a really nice copy on WCGA and a little bit of Caracol radio in Colombia, which is nice. We've had voice IDs, we've had Star Trek bridge noises, Morse code, sweeps, telephone off the hook, an iPhone sounded like it was going off, and all the fun stuff here. We're about 28 minutes away from top of the hour here. So what that means is that we'll be wrapping up the DX test portion of the broadcast. And then I'll probably slide down to 8:30. So now we've got everything. Let's change our color palette. Something a bit cooler. Now that this one's in the log. What do you think? Blue suit us? There's the iPhone. And look at it on the waterfall. Look at that. Look at it on the Perseus. do green. $1,000 hertz. Who's doing Boston? Who is that with more than a feeling? It's got to be TAM, right? It's got to be a coast-to-coast rejoiner or something. Yeah, that's what I thought. Nice Caracol ID. There you go, Hayden. Love seeing that. Voice ID. Tone. Now, I'm assuming that Spanish Latin music that I'm hearing there is Caracol, but I also hear what I think is Spanish talk, which is what I would expect at a Caracol a bit more than the music I'm hearing. So we may have another Spanish station in here. There's TAM.
Rates are subject to change.
Sweeps.
Hizo parte de los impulsos de la nueva ola económica y también resultó claro. El gran amigo Oscar Golden, canciones como No se vaya, Rock en la cárcel y Camino a la ciudad. Thanks, Mike. Take care, my friend. 73. Thank you for being part of the fun. You're my Mexican connection down there, man, and that's pretty helpful and a powerful thing for me here in Louisiana now. So I really, truly appreciate you being here and being part of the fun, my friend. Yeah, the iPhone ringtone has been fun, right?
Hayden, it is, yeah. Top of the hour. We're going to keep it rolling here for a bit. I'm going to try to phase out KGLA from my side and see what we can hear on 830 with CCO off the air. But it's the test is going to end here at the top of the hour. Having that opportunity for you to hear Caracol here and to do it while we're doing the stream. Ten more minutes. And this sucker is going to wrap. And then we're going to see what's down on 8:30 because apparently CCO is still off the air, according to our friend Justin and crew on his stream tonight. That was me waving to Justin's crew. He's got me up on screen. What's going on, guys? Hayden just let us know in the chat this is Hayden's first ever DX test. Didn't even know these existed. Never received anything like this before. Congratulations, Hayden. Welcome to the crew. Welcome to the club of the DX test aficionados. We try to do, whenever there's a DX test, I usually announce on my Twitter channel and elsewhere. I put the word out whenever we on the CPC put one together. And I try to do a live stream here on the channel so that we can all experience together. And most of them we hear, sometimes we don't. We missed one in South Dakota earlier this year we couldn't get. But hey, it's a lot of fun. It's so much fun to be part of this experience. So congratulations to you for getting your first one. And thank you for making us part of the experience that you've had here. And definitely keep coming back for more. We're going to have more of these as they happen. Alan, it takes me like 5 seconds to put together those certificates. They're coming your way, bud. You've earned it. You were on top of the mountain. I want to say my first was KWCO-1560 in Oklahoma. It was either that or WVWI in U.S. Virgin Islands. Both of those were in the 94, 95, 93, somewhere in there. That one that we had last fall, Keegan? In Jacksonville, that I guess it was end of August, September. That was a fun one. My last one in Charleston. I was literally sitting there with my shack cleared out before we moved here to Louisiana. My shack was cleared out, and it was just my Surface Pro 6 that's sitting over here, my Perseus, and the antennas that were still up, and that's all I had. I was streaming one screen. You can see me. I've got my multi-screen setup here, right? I had one screen. I didn't know what to do with myself. Take care, Bench. Again, congrats on picking this one up. I'm glad you got to hear it. That's awesome, Keegan. That was a fun one. I liked how they were kind of plugged in right there at the transmitter site. And he was sitting there talking while he was doing the test, and the interesting music that they played. That was a fun test. And that sound, that all-tube audio chain sounded so good. We had a great copy of it from Charleston, as you would expect. Right, I mean, I used to listen to that station daytime in Charleston, so I was very happy to get that one out for folks to be able to check their recordings against. It was so good, Rob. It was so good. Classic. Justin's over here going up in the shortwave now. We're going to talk about that here in a second. Right before they did the anthem, they actually did a prayer. Actually, if I remember correctly. Thanks, Troy. Oh, man, you guys, you have no idea what that means to me. I have a funny little inside joke with my wife about this ringtone. It was actually my alarm for a while to wake me up in the morning. And we would sit there and wake you up, and I'd sit there and do this little dance laying in bed. Wow, that's Keegan. That's awesome. Thank you. Just about 2 more minutes left. And then we're going to put a ribbon on this one.
Special maintenance test of WCGA-1100 AM in Woodbine, Georgia. This test was conducted at our full daytime power as authorized by the FCC during experimental hours. During the test, you heard special tones and signals designed to test audio performance. We thank you for your patience as our engineers work to optimize the performance of our station during this period. This has been a maintenance test from WCGA-1100 AM in Woodbine, Georgia. We now leave the air until our broadcast date begins again in a few hours.
Back to the anthem.
Sometimes his positions will surprise you because Reed is definitely his own man.
That's still them.
His own opinions. You might love him, you might hate him, but you won't be able to stop listening. Step over to the right side with Reed.
Howdy, folks. This is Reed Lance Rosenthal on the Right Side Radio. Gulf to Canada and Atlantic to Pacific and around the globe. Thank you, tuning in. We got lots to cover today. We always do. This is a fire hose of information. Sorting it out is crazy. Trying to bring you what matters, what you haven't heard before, and the news behind it.
That's still them.
But then I'm a crazy guy. I'm the hazy from Wyoming, bringing you the Cowboys take. Remember, we have zillions of articles on the website, including some specific pages, COVID, Ukraine.
All right, we're going to mute that here. Because that the test is over. I think they might have got the transmitter still on, but the test is over. All right. It looks like Justin's got his stream down. Thank you, Alan. That really, I mean, seriously, hearing stuff like that really does. It means so much to me to hear the impact that the channel has had, and that our frequency challenges and this live stream that we do every week and the DX test stuff that we do, to hear that you guys are enjoying it and it's made a difference for you, really, it means a lot. You know, this hobby has brought me so much joy over the years. I tell the story a lot, but I've been DXing since '93 is when I started here in the New Orleans area, laying in my bed one night and was tuning around on my GE clock radio next to my bed and came across a hockey game on KMOX out of St. Louis, and just for some reason, like I was already DXing. I was doing shortwave DX. I come from a DX family, most of you know. Mom and dad both are legends in their own right in the DX community, and so kind of being born into that family, was exposed to it from an early age, and you know, there's some pretty big footsteps to follow after, basically, and so I tried to kind of make my own name for myself in the hobby, and really kind of started out doing a lot of AMDX and hardcore AMDX, and later got into ham radio too, and doing a lot of the contests and stuff like that, but always coming back to AM and FM DX. That was always kind of there, and kind of what I really enjoyed doing. And then during the pandemic, my wife actually was like, hey, teach me this thing that you do. Show me this to me. Let me learn what you're doing. And so I sat down, I started teaching her how to DX, and she started filling out a logbook and everything else. And the idea kind of hit me. I was like, well, how do I teach somebody how to DX? And then that's when the idea came of, okay, what if I did that? What if I started doing that? And so DX Central, the website, was born first. That was the first kind of thing that we were going to do here, was the website, and kind of getting to that and doing that first. It was kind of like the initial, and then from that it was the YouTube channel, and I was like, wow, I can do things like how-to videos and building antennas and all these other little things that I wanted to kind of do. And a lot of it was me learning as I went, because there was a lot of this stuff that I was the technical side, the DXing part I had, like the antenna building and all that other stuff, I was highly intimidated by. So the YouTube channel was a way for me to get over that, learn, and show everybody else that it wasn't so bad. And so that's kind of what this started out. And then I said, you know, if we're doing the YouTube, about a live stream, live AMDX. And the frequency challenge was born because when WFME up in New York went off the air, we were all DXing 1560 on the East Coast for the first time in a while. And we were comparing notes, like, oh my God, look at all this stuff you can hear now. And I was like, wow, we should do that. We should like all get together on a frequency and just DX the hell out of it for a week or two or whatever. So all these little things started kind of adding up, and that's kind of what it became. And this season was another step in that direction. I started the live streams last year, and we picked it up again here in the fall, and with season 2. And now I'm already kind of planning out season 3. And there's some things that I've done that I want to do more of. You guys may remember the very first episode of the season. We started off with an interview with Wayne Heinen, and I had every intention to interview like somebody every week. That was something I wanted to do. I just never had a chance to really do that. I want to rectify that in season 3. So I'm hoping to have more of that coming up, and you know, things along those lines. So I really appreciate you guys being part of this journey that we've had here at DX Central. You know, I have ideas of where I want to take this next, but at the core, at the very foundation, this will always be a large part, no matter what we do from tomorrow on with DX Central. At the core foundation, it will be about DX, and especially AM and FM DX. Those are the things that kind of got me started, and those are the things that I'm the most passionate about, so that will always be part of what we do. We may add additional things later on down the road, do some different stuff to add different things in, I don't see this being like some of the YouTube channels you see in the ham radio community. I don't see this kind of going that direction. I see this kind of being kind of a niche. And I think part of that niche is that nobody's out there really teaching the art of DX. Everybody likes to talk about equipment and get stuff sent to them by ICOM and Kenwood and Yaesu and stuff, and have all this box openings and everything else. And that's cool for them. It's not me. I don't really like any gear you see me use. I've purchased with my own money, and because I researched it and I figured out that it was worth my time and my money, and I want to share that with you guys. And so what I really want to focus on here, the niche that I feel like DX Central is going to be as we continue on, is the art of DX, listening, how to pull in DX. And then maybe we pull in some of the technology on the side of it as kind of the tools and the resources that we use for it. But it's not like, this is not going to be a gear channel, right? This is not going to be a channel where we flaunt about, oh, I've got this and this and this and this and this gear and all this. It's not me. It's not what we do. So hopefully you guys enjoy it. Let's do a really quick look at 8:30 and see if we can phase out KGLA here before we adjourn for the night and for the season, really. Let's see if we can get KGLA out of here. So there they are. It's going to be hard. I'm not sure, Hayden. I'm assuming maintenance. We're having to do some kind of transmitter maintenance, unannounced, but that's just a guess. I haven't seen anything official. I'm not sure if anybody's on their Twitter or their website or anything that has anything official. So got rid of KGLA. Not really hearing anything in its wake. Here's KGLA. It's some nice music going on right now. So yeah, that's gonna be a copyright hit. We've got them phased out. Not really hearing much other than some lightning crashes. I haven't looked at the lightning map here to see where those are really centered around. I think it's upper Midwest. Let's take a look here. This is a great website. The Hall of Fame, and one of the DXers who really made me the DXer I am today just by observing what he has heard over the years and the drive that I had to try to get some of that going on myself. Mark Conley uses this website. It's Blitzertung, BLITZORTUNG, blitzertung.org. And it's a live lightning map, and it is super helpful this time of the year, especially when you have conditions like we have right now. You can kind of see where the lightning is. So it's just to my northwest and north, and a bit northeast as well. So that's that's where lightning's happening. Blitzertung.org is the website you'll go to for this live lightning map. Super helpful this time of the year. All right, so not really hearing anything much in the wake of KGLA's phase out. So let's go to DX. I think that's going to probably do it for us tonight. So this summer, obviously we'll be focusing on FMDX. So I will be trying to do some FMDX live streams over on Twitch. Please make sure, if you want to keep track of what we're doing and when we're doing it, you're going to want to make sure that you're subscribed to the channel. We're posting a lot of video content this summer, but also here on Twitter, twitter.com/DXCentral. If you're not on Twitter, some of the Facebook groups, FMDX, AMDX Facebook groups are great. You can also go to our website, dxcentralonline.com. I will try to post updates on our blog there as well when we're doing like live FMDX streams as well. You can subscribe to the channel there and be notified when stuff is posted, so that's another thing you can do. And obviously, you can also subscribe here to the channel here on YouTube. So yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting summer. We're going to try to do some live FMDX streaming over on Twitch, maybe some others if that doesn't work out too well. And we'll be posting a lot of video content. I'm going to be building an FM antenna soon. I have an FM antenna that I built last year that I need to post the video for. And we'll be doing the Shack tour here, plus some other stuff. I'm building an FSL antenna this year for AM, so that'll be a video coming as well. So lots of stuff hopefully on the way for content this summer, and I'm going to try to get back into a routine of posting more regular video content on the channel here as well. So we'll be back with Season 3 of DX Central Live in the fall, but for now, my friends, thank you again so much. This has been such a great journey. I've had so much fun with you all this summer, or this fall and this winter, rather. Thank you so much, my friends. Take care. 73, best of DX. Hopefully, you're going to continue to do some. I'm going to keep AMDXing this summer. Summer AMDX is so much fun. So don't give up on the AM just because you got static crashes. It's still fun. You can get some great stuff in there. You just have to be patient. So hopefully, you'll have some fun. Look forward to hearing what you're hearing. Take care, my friends. 73, best of DX. We'll see you next fall right here on DX Central Live.
DX Central, because we're all about radio. Visit us at dxcentralonline.com or check us out on YouTube. Search DX Central.
Keep up with DX Central. Follow us on Twitter at DX Central. This is DX Central Live.
This is DX Central Live.